Mullins back, way back, may get over his head. It is. It's off the wall and bounces back towards center field. Rounding third, Chaparro Hill score. Lyle heading for third. They're going to wave him home. Trying for an inside the park home run, and the throw is too high. Lyle dives across the plate with an inside the park two-run homer in the top of the 11th inning, and he has given the Nationals the lead here at Citi Field.
Number 4.
Week 4 in college football, ranked teams facing off in Salt Lake City, and it was the 17th ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders day at 16th ranked Utah. Brian Johnson the call on Learfield.
Motion left to right is Aiken. He lead blocks for Dickey, who takes on the pile. Break free. He's at the 15, to the sideline, inside the 5. Touchdown, Red Raiders. That will do it. Cameron Dickey looked like he was just kind of battling for maybe another half a yard, and suddenly pops out of the other side and finishes off the run.
Number 3.
24th ranked Irish get their first win, taking down Purdue. And they get off to a fast start in South Bend. The call on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Pistol set to begin for Notre Dame with Love behind Carr. Takes the snap and play fakes. Carr looking, has a clean pocket, taking a shot, has Fields deep down there. He catches it at 25, across the 20. He's in. Touchdown, Notre Dame on the first offensive play. They strike 66 yards from C.J. Carr to Malachi Fields.
Number 2.
Ranked teams facing off in the Big Ten, and it was all Hoosiers against Illinois. Don Fisher with the call on Learfield.
Out there on the field is Kalen Crimmins. And a bad snap from center. Indiana's going to pick it up. D'Angelo Pons, touchdown! D'Angelo Pons picked up the loose ball that was snapped over the punter's head, and Indiana comes up with an incredible play and the first score of the game.
Number 1.
Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola had 3 touchdown passes, but in a loss to Michigan. But there was this top play to end the first half in Lincoln. The call on Huskers Radio.
Snap to Raiola, rolls right, looks downfield to the numbers. Raiola plants, launches, far right side of the end zone, jump ball. Was it caught? Was it caught?
Unreal.
Touchdown, Huskers! Jakari Barney on the prayer, 52 yards.
Unbelievable how Michigan managed that clock. And Nebraska said, anything you can do, I can do better.
But Nebraska suffers its 28th straight loss against a ranked opponent. Well, it's a Humboldt Tigers coach that's now 1-3. That's coming up. It's SportsCenter all night here on ESPN Radio.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Monday's show, we recap the entire Week 3 weekend and preview Lions-Ravens on Monday Night Football. Plus, actor Ethan Hawke joins me in studio. That's coming up Monday on The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
SportsCenter all night. More still to come.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Hi, I'm Dorina, co-founder of OpenPhone. My dad is a business owner, and growing up, he always kept his ringtone super loud so he'd never miss a customer call. OpenPhone gives your team business phone numbers to call and text all in one shared workspace. And our AI agent answers 24/7 so you never miss a customer. Over 60,000 businesses use OpenPhone. Get 20% off at openphone.com/ESPN. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with PrizePicks, where it's good to be right.
Download the PrizePicks app today and use code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
If you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, Grainger knows you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage begins today at 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Coming up on SportsCenter all night.
DJ Lagway and the Reeling Gators head to Hard Rock Stadium for a matchup with Carson Beck and the undefeated Hurricanes.
Beck goes under center. He turns. He gives. Left side. Hurricanes pushing the pile. At the one. And touchdown! Touchdown, Miami!
Jackson Arnold leads the 22nd-ranked Auburn Tigers against Heisman frontrunner John Mateer and the 11th-ranked Oklahoma Sooners.
Alston in the backfield. Snap. Arnold play fake. He's going to throw towards Coleman. He turns. Makes the catch. Touchdown, Auburn. His tall receiver, Cam Coleman.
Mariners and Astros face off as division races come down to the wire.
0-2. There's a ball in the air to right. Right center going back, looking, and it is gone. Raleigh to right center into the Astros bullpen. Number 57 for Cal Raleigh.
Plus, we get you set for more Week 3 NFL action.
It's Week 3, and so I'm waiting for, is this a must-win? Listen, it's an important game. It's a division game, all right? It's an important game, obviously.
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is SportsCenter all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Defiance does not mean bouncing back. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM channel 80. Going yard and going for milestones. That's on the way, but Saturday, of course, chock full of college football. SportsCenter all night is presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a Pepper thing. Among Saturday's matchups, an SEC showdown of ranked teams. Number 11, Oklahoma. 22nd ranked Auburn.
2nd and 22. Pass wide open at the one and into the end zone. Touchdown, Isaiah Satania. A bust on the Auburn defense. Satania was all alone down the left sideline and hauls it in for a 24-yard score.
Now, some controversy on that play. OU offensive coordinator Ben Arbuckle saying it was not a deception play. It was legal. Centania had checked with the official prior to the play. The SEC has a different view. They say the play was not legal. The conference actually released a statement Saturday night reading in part, quote, the officiating crew did not properly interpret the action as a hideout tactic. The statement would go on to say appropriate accountability will be applied. By the fourth quarter, game was still tight.
First and goal, Auburn from the 4. Did I say I really like going for it on 4th down there? There's a sweep, jet sweep, and into the end zone. Touchdown, Malcolm Simmons, who came across the formation right to left, has tied the game, and the point after could give Auburn the lead with 7:08 to go.
PAT does give Auburn a 17-16 lead, but OU responds on its ensuing drive.
Mateer takes the snap. He's going to run it. Goes to the right side, has room at the 10, gets a block from Burks, and leads in for the touchdown. his 10th consecutive game with a touchdown pass and a touchdown run.
Sooners take the lead. Auburn with one final chance.
This could be the final play. 4th down under pressure and tackled in the end zone. R. Mason Thomas puts a seal on it with a safety. Oklahoma's defense coming to life big time in the second half. R. Mason Thomas, who sat out the first half because of a targeting penalty last week, has the last word for Oklahoma, which goes up 7.
Oklahoma goes up 7. Might be worth noting the Sooners closed as 6.5-point favorites at ESPN Bet, so that's safety with just over a minute to go. Put them up 7. They win it 24-17. That's the final. Oklahoma 4-0 this season. John Mateer, passing touchdown, rushing touchdown, 10th straight game in which he's done each. He spoke with our Molly McGrath.
John, your 5th rushing touchdown of the season puts you guys ahead. What was your mentality in the moments that mattered most tonight?
Yeah, we didn't have a choice there. We didn't put ourselves in the best position, but we got it done, and that's what it's all about, coming together in the fourth quarter. That's what we train for. So,
your defense with 10 sacks today, that sets a school record. What is it like watching that group from the sideline?
I mean, it's real fun to watch from the sideline, but it's not very fun to practice against. So we go against it all the time. That's an amazing group. They work so hard, and they deserve every bit of it.
You told us that you embrace the pressure and the expectations. How has this group elevated you to be able to rise to those expectations?
I mean, they all hold me accountable, and we all hold each other accountable, and we know what's going to happen in the end because we believe in each other. So that's the most fun part.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Mateer, 24 of 36 for 271 yards in the win. SEC analysts Benjamin Watson and Chris Doering.
John Mateer is the real deal. His stats are not eye-popping today. You're not going to be, blown away by that. But the way that he kind of willed his team to victory, I thought this was a great testament to both these quarterbacks that were great leaders out there on the field. Things didn't always go well, but they both kept battling today.
That defense, though, that defensive line, there's conversations now. How long has it been since Oklahoma's put a line on the field like that?
And the thing is, they got pressure on Jackson Arnold largely without the blitz. They did it with the standard rush.
And those sacks came on the standard
Exactly, and they did it with, one-on-one matchups. If they're able to get this type of pressure on quarterbacks without even using the blitz, they can keep guys in coverage. Really tremendous. But look at this football game. It was the fourth quarter. In the fourth quarter, Oklahoma played complimentary football. Mm-hmm. They get a rushing touchdown. They get a field goal. They get a safety from the defense. They get 11 points compared to a single touchdown by Auburn. That's what made the difference in a very, very close, highly contested football game.
Jackson Arnold, 10 sacks against his former team. He was pressured on 46% of his dropbacks in the loss to Oklahoma. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio, ranked matchup in the Big 12. Texas Tech running away from Utah.
Motion left to right is Aiken. He lead blocks for Dickey, who takes on the pile. Breaks free. He's at the 15, to the sideline, inside the 5. Touchdown, Red Raiders. That will do it. Cameron Dickey looked like he was just kind of battling for maybe another half a yard, and suddenly pops out of the other side and finishes off the run for the score.
Brian Johnson from Learfield, 34-10. Texas Tech wins it. They're 4-0 for the first time since 2013 when they won their first 7 in the first season under Cliff Kingsbury. 19th ranked Indiana taking down a top 10 team.
Here's the snap back, and pressure comes. A little screen out here. Nowakowski, the tight end, down to the 20, down to the 10, 5, touchdown! Riley Nowakowski, 43 yards. 3 receivers to the far side. Here's Mendoza, takes the snap, looks to the end zone, fires the football, wide open, Surratt for the touchdown! An easy catch, an easy throw for Fernando, and Indiana continues to pull it on, the number 8 ranked team in the country.
Don Fisher from Learfield. It's a 63-10 rout for Indiana, Illinois' worst loss as a ranked team in the poll era, which began in the mid-1930s. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio. It was a month ago we had the preseason rankings, and there was Clemson, top 5 team. Slotted in at number 4, receiving first-place votes as well. But now, a month later, no consideration for number 1 in the nation. In fact, no number next to Clemson at all, falling out of the top 25. This week, we heard a defiant Dabo Swinney.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way, because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking, is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory, in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back.
Clemson looking to bounce back on Saturday, hosting Syracuse. But that Tigers team that had a 4 next to it in the preseason rankings now has a 3 in the loss column.
Takes the snap, fakes to Willis, wanted to throw, pulls it down, now goes end zone and put it on JRS. Caught for the touchdown. JRS turned around at the last moment. Collins threw it before the break on a double clutch, put it right on the spot. And Syracuse takes advantage of the turnover. JRS caught it between his legs for the touchdown, Orange.
Matt Park from Learfield. Syracuse a 34-21 win at Clemson. Syracuse scored on each of its first 4 possessions, and Clemson winds up losing. They've lost 3 of the first 4 games for the first time under Dabo Swinney, first time since starting 1-3 in 2004. Swinney was emotional after the loss.
Just, I mean, disappointed, painful. I mean, hurt. I mean, I'm human. I mean, I'm not a cyborg. I mean, this is my life, man. I mean, I've been here 23 years. I love this place. I give this place the very best I got every single day. Every day. There's never been a day that I haven't given Clemson every ounce of everything I have. I hurt. I mean, I've invested my life here. And when I don't get the job done, I'm responsible. And I feel the pain. You know, it's not just my pain. I feel everybody's pain. And, you know, but that comes with my job. And I don't run from that.
Clemson closed as 17.5-point favorites. They lose by 13 at home to Syracuse. Largest home loss against an unranked opponent since 2001 against North Carolina, where they lost by 35. ESPN analyst Trevor Maddich.
They started slow again. I mean, they were down 16 points in the first half against Troy, came back and won that game. They were down 17 in the first half to Syracuse and tried to come back, but they couldn't get it done. The offense, inexplicably to me, they threw it 60 times. They ran it 22. And so you've got not enough attempts to run the ball. And I thought that they were able to do well. They averaged 6.5 yards per carry on the ground. And why they didn't stay with it, I don't know, because their defense was getting beat through the air by Syracuse, and they were getting blocked up front by Syracuse. It was amazing how many inside runs the Orange had where they just pile drived the front of Clemson, which is supposed to be full of NFL guys, and the next thing you know, 7-8 yards down the field, the pile stopped moving, and Syracuse had 2nd and 2. So the defense of Clemson absolutely let them down today.
Clemson's offense had 503 yards, but they fall to 75-3 under Dabo Swinney when they finish with at least 500. Clemson was the preseason number 4. The current number 4 is Miami.
3rd down and goal from the 1-yard line. Snap, turn, dip, ground, leap. Touchdown! Touchdown, Miami! It's a Marty party in the end zone. It's a Hurricanes party in the end zone. 1 moment of magic for Marty Brown, and Miami leads it 19-7.
560 WQAM. Miami a 26-7 win over Florida. Miami 4-0 in 3 straight seasons for the first time since 2001 to 2004 when they did it 4 straight years. Hurricanes had more passing yards and more rushing yards than Florida had total yards. Gators, 141 yards total. Miami ran for 184. Carson Beck threw for 160.
Well, Carson, it's a new team, a new town for you, but you know how much this rivalry game means to the people here. How did your team get this win?
Man, I thought we played physical. We played really physical. We played a physical brand of football. Our defense came out and, essentially shut them out for the entire game. They stepped up huge. O-line and running back stepped up huge at the end of the game right there, being able to just kind of pummel them and just play super physical. So, man, super proud of our team and super proud of the way that we were just able to pull out a victory.
There were some lulls in the middle of the game, but when they had to, your offensive line, you mentioned it, they put the hammer down. What's it like playing behind them, knowing that is becoming the identity of this team?
Yeah, absolutely. You win it in the trenches, right? And in these big games, you depend on them, you lean on them, and that's what they were able to do today. They played super physical. Both O-line and D-line. They lead this team, and they showed that tonight.
I know you grew up a Gator fan, but when you were at Georgia, you beat him. Now you beat him at Miami. What's it like for you to do so well in this rivalry, whether it was Georgia or Miami?
Yeah, man. I mean, obviously, a huge team win. I mean, it's raining out here. It's a messy game. It's a dirty game. They're a physical team. I mean, their defense gave up 2 touchdowns coming into this game. We knew it was going to be tough. They came out. They gave us their best shot. Man, I mean, I got to give credit where credit is due. They played their butt off. But, it feels good to be able to come out of it with a win.
Okay, dare we look ahead to a potential Florida State matchup? Is it too early, or can we cast our eyes ahead?
Obviously, bye week next week. Enjoy this win. Go back tomorrow. Look at the film. There's a lot of things that we need to fix. A lot of times we shot ourselves in the foot, and I think there's a lot of plays left out there tonight. So we'll go fix that. And then it's not a bye week, it's a work week. We'll get to work, and then next thing you know, it's Florida State, and we're looking forward to it.
Miami, next time it's on the field is October 4th against Florida State Seminoles. Saturday, pouring it on Kent State.
First and goal from the 10. Going in. Castellanos fakes, and he's going to run to the outside. Tommy skips a tackle. Tommy just trumped in there, baby! Quick strike. Tommy Castellanos, second rushing touchdown of the game. Touchdown, Florida State. Touchdown, FSU.
Learfield with the call. Florida State is 66-10 win over Kent State. 8 rushing touchdowns, most in a game in school history. Florida State 3-0 this season. They've already exceeded the win total from last season when they went 2-10. Notre Dame starting slow this season. Pair of losses out of the gate. The Irish do avoid an 0-3 start.
Will hand it off to Price, running to the right, bounces outside. He's inside the 5, looking for the end zone again. And Jadarian Price is in the house for the second time in the second quarter. Touchdown Notre Dame. They've scored 4 touchdowns on all 4 of their drives.
Notre Dame Radio Network. It's a 56-30 win over Purdue. Notre Dame gets the win. 10 straight wins against Purdue, and they avoid their first 0-3 start since 2007. Move over, Junior. That's next. Sports Center All Night continues at ESPN Radio.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's a huge showdown in the hunt for October. The Seattle Mariners and Houston Astros are locked up in a fight for the American League West crown, and every game is critical. Coverage begins today at 6 Eastern, with first pitch at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. More Sports Center All Night coming up next.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I like things my way, my coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the new Vyvgart Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains Efgartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. Now I can inject in my space on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
Quick break. Let's talk pizza. You want to bring restaurant-quality pizza home this football season? Get Frigidaire's stone-baked pizza oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes. Right from your kitchen and ready before halftime. Perfect for watch parties or just upgrading pizza night without the delivery delay. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Running a business? You know that slow phone systems and missed messages cost you opportunities. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines communication, helps teams collaborate seamlessly, and respond to customers 24/7. Join over 60,000 businesses already using OpenPhone. Get 20% off your first 6 months at openphone.com/ESPN. They'll even port your existing numbers for free. openphone.com/ESPN. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers.
You're listening to Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Glad you can make Sports Center all night part of your night this weekend. Sports Center all night is presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, RVs, for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Should the NFL ban the tush push?
Hell no. No, defend it. Draft people to stop it.
I am so tired of the narrative that we got to get this play out of football.
I just think it's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish, man.
Week 3 is upon us, and yes, there's been renewed debate early in this NFL season, but despite the most recent uproar, it may be shouting into the wind. League sources telling ESPN there's no assurances the tush-push issue will be brought up for a vote or even for conversation by the NFL this offseason. One source saying that given the hot debate and the emotions last offseason, they believe the issue needs to be tabled for a year before it could be raised again. Then there's logistics. Former Green Bay president Mark Murphy, who wrote the proposal last year to ban the play, is now retired. He reached the Packers' mandatory retirement age of 70, so a new proposal would need a new author as well as more support. The proposal last spring needed 24 votes. It received 22. There are 10 teams 2-0 heading into Week 3. Among them, the Bengals atop the AFC North, but Cincinnati is without Joe Burrow. He's out until Christmas time at the earliest. Some are writing off the Bengals with Jake Browning taking over the offense.
Oh, come on now, man. Get out of here with this noise. Jake Browning, baby. And it's going to start this weekend. And the Bengals are going to be 3-0. Everybody in Bristol's going to try.
Bengals
3-0. I'm available for being booked. Can I take a Monday morning victory lap when Jake Browning shreds it?
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays at noon here on ESPN Radio. As for Browning, signed with the Vikings as an undrafted free agent in 2019, spent a couple of seasons on the practice squad there. In 2021, he was waived by Minnesota during the final roster cuts.
I remember getting cut there the last time and just being told, like, hey, you know, we might have a spot for you on practice squad. Like, go to the hotel and wait. And so I sat in the hotel for like a couple hours, not knowing if I had a job or not. And then just basically got a text or a call from my agent that, you know, they didn't tell me. Like, I'd been there for 2 years, and, you know, I've been cut my fair share of times, and that was probably the one. And there was a little bit more this week. I know I denied it, and there's some great people over there. It's completely different coaching staff and everything. And I want to emphasize, like, there are some incredible people over there, but that one felt good. I think right after we made the field goal to win the game, I screamed at a camera and said they never should have cut me.
All those feelings that you had the first time you played him at 23, is that out of your system now, or is that still kind of always in the back of your mind a little bit?
I think at some point you got to move on, and I feel as though I have moved on from that.
We'll see how those feelings for Minnesota are today. NFL doubleheader on ESPN Radio. Vikings hosting the Bengals, followed by the Cardinals at the Niners. Coverage noon Eastern on select ESPN radio stations. Right now, Sports Center all night to the Diamond and a couple of milestones.
0-2. There's a ball in the air to right center, going back, looking, and it is gone. Raleigh to right center into the Astros bullpen. Number 57 for Cal Raleigh. A fly ball to right center that just kept going. and it's 3-0 Mariners.
Mariners going to a 6-4 win over the Astros, 57 for Cal Raleigh, 150 for his career. You heard the game here on ESPN Radio. Roxy Bernstein, Doug Glanville had the call. Back to Houston. Roxy?
All right, Jay, the Seattle Mariners taking control of the American League West after winning the first two games in Houston this weekend for the Astros. 4-0 Friday, and Saturday night a 6-4 win as Houston tries to rally late, but the Mariners have enough to hold them off. And Cal Raleigh, his major league leading 57th home run for the Mariners.
Well, the Mariners have shown that they got so much better at the trade deadline. They added some good pieces with Suarez in the power game. He had a couple doubles tonight. They also added someone like Josh Naylor, good fundamental baseball, moving the runner over by just making contact. So they did a lot of little things. They also chipped away, big hits when they needed it, got the walks when they needed it. And all along, Kirby was cruising along in shutout baseball through 6 innings. So that type of performance sets up your bullpen well. So the bullpen only had to worry about 7, 8, and 9. It got a little rocky there, but they were able to pull it off with the huge cushion that they got against Framber Valdez. So, total team performance by the Mariners shows why they're, a serious team to contend with.
How tough are they going to be to deal with as we head into the postseason, the way they're rolling and the momentum that the Mariners have right now?
I mean, they're just a complete team. They really are. I mean, they have the pitching, they have the arms in the pen, they have the offense, they have the ability to hit home runs, they steal bases. There's not a lot of weaknesses. They will swing and miss. They'll get their strikeouts. But that's, minor compared to the ability to beat anyone on any given night. And they have the pitching to do that.
And after the Astros have led this division for much of the year, now all of a sudden they're 2 games back with a week to go.
Yeah, I mean, they're a little bit in trouble from the standpoint of, you're looking up at the Mariners, but you also have to worry about the teams that are crawling behind you. They're not a lock in there. So, yes, you have to focus on your game at hand, but all of a sudden you lose tomorrow and you're in a lot deeper trouble, not just about the division, but the wild card.
6-4, the Mariners winning in Houston on Saturday night. For Doug Glanville, Roxy Bernstein right here on your home for every pitch of the postseason. Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Now back to Jay Reynolds in the studio.
Since we have you there, Roxy, might as well have you do it again on Sunday. Astros, Mariners, Sunday Night Baseball. We have it. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock Eastern, ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. Angels shut out the Rockies 3-0, and in the win.
Here's the 3-1 pitch. Trout swings at this one, blasts the ball deep. This is well hit, and it is gone. Mike Trout joins the 400 home run club. Just the 59th player in Major League history to do it. It was a no-doubter off his bat. They're saying it went 485, and the Angels have a 3-0 lead.
485 for career homer number 400. Angels Radio AM 830, the win for the Angels, snapping an 8-game losing streak. Double nickels for a Manning. That's next. Sports Center all night. It's ESPN Radio.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. A pair of undefeated NFC West rivals go head-to-head.
Kyler Murray running into the end zone. Touchdown, Arizona.
Kyler Murray and the 2-0 Arizona Cardinals face Mac Jones and the 2-0 San Francisco 49ers. Coverage begins today at 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
If you're a custodial supervisor at a local high school, you know that cleanliness is key and that the best place to get cleaning supplies is from Grainger. Grainger helps you stay fully stocked on the products you trust, from paper towels and disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Plus, you can rely on Grainger for easy reordering, so you never run out of what you need. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. You're here to sell more today than yesterday. You're here to win. Lucky for you, Shopify built the best converting checkout on the planet. Like the just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. That's the good stuff right there. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/win.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with the code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Use the promo code SMALLS.
You're listening to Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Sports Center all night here on ESPN Radio, where all guests are on the Dr. Pepper call-in line.
Half-hour headlines on Sports Center all night.
Mike Trout hits number 400. Giancarlo Stanton gets number 450. Shohei Ohtani, number 53 on the season, while Cal Raleigh jacks number 57. Sooners on the ground rally and get a key win.
This could be the final play. 4th down under pressure and tackled in the end zone. R. Mason Thomas puts a seal on it with a safety. Oklahoma's defense coming to life big time in the second half. R. Mason Thomas, who sat out the first half because of a targeting penalty last week, has the last word for Oklahoma, which goes up 7.
Oklahoma wins it by 7. 24-17. They sack quarterback Jackson Arnold, former Sooners quarterback, 10 times, setting a new single-game program record for Oklahoma. Sooners go to 4-0 this season. They fell behind 17-16 in the fourth quarter before coming back and picking up the win. Sooners went into Saturday as the only SEC team yet to trail this season. They pull out the win. You heard it here on ESPN Radio. My buddy Mark Kestisher and Kelly Stauffer had the call for us. Back to Norman. Kesty?
Jay, thank you very much. Ranked matchup in the SEC. Oklahoma found themselves down by a point, but John Mateer, the Washington State transfer, beat Jackson Arnold, who went from here in Oklahoma to Auburn, and the defense carried the day for the Sooners in this win over the Tigers.
Well, we talked about, the intrigue of the quarterback stories coming into this. Jackson Arnold coming back to Norman and John Mateer kind of being his replacement and supposed to be the offensive answer. But you're right. I think it was the defenses that were the story. Oklahoma's defense had 10 sacks. I mean, that's unheard of. But Auburn's defense wasn't very far away. They gave their team an opportunity. But I think both of these defenses can travel and play well in the SEC going forward. And this was a game that, in the end, came down to which defense was going to be on the field to close it out.
And Oklahoma not only played the great defense, the sacks, they got the safety to close it out. It was a big year for Brent Venables. This is year number 4 as the Oklahoma head coach. They had all kinds of injuries last year, and they opened 4-1, but lost 6 of their last 8. They are 4-0. They are set up. John Mateer looks like the real deal with Ben Arbuckle, 2 guys that essentially came over together from Washington State. But it is, I don't know if hellacious is even the right word to describe the schedule they have for the bulk of the remainder of this season.
Well, I look at Auburn's schedule as well. I don't know that you like the schedule in conference when you're in the SEC.
Not these days.
It's brutal, but this, to me, isn't a big surprise for Oklahoma, to be perfectly honest. Remember what they did in 2023? They were 5 points away from being undefeated. And then last year, they didn't have an offense. They didn't have an offensive line. All of their receivers got hurt, and most of the blame was pointed at Jackson Arnold. And so they blow things up offensively. They get the right combination of Ben Arbuckle and John Mateer. And so going forward, it's this defense that was really in place a year ago. This isn't a surprise defensively because it was there. It was just hidden because the offense was so bad. So going forward, I think Brent Venables is in a pretty good position outside of that schedule that you referred to, Kesty.
Well, Oklahoma gets the win, 24-17. John Mateer throws for 271 yards for the 10th straight game dating back to last year, a touchdown run and a touchdown pass. Oklahoma 4-0. For the second time in 4 years under head coach Brent Venables. Final score, Sooners 24, Auburn 17 from Norman. For Kelly Stauffer, I'm Mark Kestisher right here on the exclusive home of the College Football Playoff, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Let's go back to our pal Jay Reynolds in the studio.
All right, Cassie, since 2023, Hugh Freeze 1-9 against ranked teams, 0-5 on the road for Auburn, 13 penalties on Saturday. It's most in a game since 2022. Number 23, Missouri rallying against South Carolina.
2 tight ends to each side, 1 to each side of the formation. 2nd down and 5. Running left, Roberts. Roberts bounces it outside, sheds a tackle, gets to the 10, to the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown, Missouri.
Mike Kelly from Learfield, Missouri, a 29-20 win over South Carolina. Mizzou 4-0 for the 3rd straight season. They outscored South Carolina 11-0 in the 4th quarter. After trailing 20-18, they trailed for the entirety of the 3rd quarter. They rally. They get the win, holding South Carolina to -9 rushing yards for the game. SEC Network analyst Benjamin Watson and Chris Doering.
They are a complete team. We've been talking about it, the run game. 285 yards to -9. I thought that Missouri owned the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. There were times when South Carolina played well, but the differentiation today, 3rd downs, 7 of 13 for Missouri, just 3 of 11 for South Carolina. And then red zone, every time Missouri got down there, they finished with touchdowns just about. But South Carolina had to settle for 2 trips with field goals. And at the end of the day, this was one you couldn't afford to not get the 7 when you get to that part of the field.
-9 rushing yards, the fewest amount of yards Missouri has allowed since 2009. I don't know that I've ever seen -9 for an entire game, but it was not only that, and you mentioned the 3rd down, CD, but they forced South Carolina in the 3rd and long 6 times, only allowed them to complete or convert, I should say, 1 of 6 of those times. And so the defense from Missouri was smothered on South Carolina, didn't allow South Carolina to get going. And I got to give credit to South Carolina. They found playmakers that hadn't made plays before. That's the mark of a team that has some depth, but just too little offensively for them against a Missouri football team that is complete.
Missouri, complete team and unbeaten at 4-0 on the season. South Carolina, meanwhile, 1-6 in its last 7 games against Missouri. They won last season. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio. Number 3, LSU, a 56-10 rout of Southeast Louisiana. Garrett Nussmeier completes 25 of 31 for 273 yards, throws for 3 touchdowns, rushes for another.
Super proud of our guys, just come out and execute. That was a big deal for us this week. Just focusing on being the best version of ourselves to get going, you know what I mean? And try and get that connection going on our offense. And I think we did a good job of that tonight.
One of the cooler things I saw from you were the first person to come out and celebrate with Michael Van Buren every time he did something positive. What did it say to you about what he was able to come in and do tonight?
Yeah, he's a great player, so I'm so proud of him and so excited for him to get this opportunity. He did a great job.
Go celebrate with your teammates.
Thank you. Yes, sir. God bless.
LSU 4-0 for the first time since finishing 2019's championship season, undefeated at 15-0. They're 4-0 this season. 530 yards of offense on Saturday, the most since last season against South Alabama when they had over 600. ESPN analyst Chris Doering, Benjamin Watson.
I think we saw about all we could see, right? I mean, we felt good about how the offense played in the first half, felt good about the distribution of the ball to all the receivers that Garrett Nussmeier used in the first half, had some explosiveness on offense. So, we feel good about the defense, right? The defense, we have no questions about. Offense definitely did what they needed to do tonight.
Defense did, 7 TFLs, 4 sacks. They were good on third down. I mean, all the things that we would expect against an inferior opponent. I think offensively, it was important for them to build some confidence. I think Coach Kelly talked about it when he was mentioning the run game. They commit to running the football, I believe, 35 times. And so that's something that going into this next week, they're going to have a run game. But more importantly, they're going to have a commitment to running the football, even when it might not be sexy and it might not even be successful. Sometimes you have to keep on doing it.
LSU has held all 4 opponents this season to 10 points or fewer. Another quarterback in the spotlight this season, Arch Manning.
From the left hash at the Sam Houston 32-yard line. Shotgun snap, play action, Manning under pressure. Stepped away from tackle. Wide open. Catch. Touchdown, Texas. Jordan Washington takes it in for his first touchdown as a Longhorn. A 32-yard strike.
Craig Way from Learfield, Texas, a 55-0 rout of Sam Houston. Texas scoring on its first 9 possessions. Arch Manning completes 18 of 21 for 309 yards, throws for 3 touchdowns, runs for 2 more, completed over 85% of his passes. He went into Saturday ranking 119th out of 130 quarterbacks in completion percentage. He was averaging 55%, completes 85% in the win over Sam Houston on Saturday. Number 13, Ole Miss, 45-10 rout of Tulane. Consecutive 4-0 starts for the second time in the last 60 years. Number 15, Tennessee rolls over UAB.
Option play. Aguilar pitches Lewis 30, 20, 10, 5, end zone. Ring him up. Nobody was home. Touchdown, Big Orange. Big 1 for Peyton Lewis. Number 2 goes 32 for a big 6.
Mike Keith from Learfield, Tennessee, a 56-24 win over UAB. Tennessee 23-1 against unranked teams in Knoxville under Josh Heupel. Number 20, Vanderbilt, 70-21 over Georgia State. Vanderbilt's 4-0 for the first time since 2008. The 70 points, their most in a game since 1918. When they actually beat Tennessee 76-0. They beat Georgia State on Saturday 70-21. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio.
Victory formation. Collins will take a knee, and that will be that with 11 seconds left, and the clock will run out. So Syracuse will come in to Clemson, snap a 6-game losing streak to Clemson, move to 1-0 inside the ACC, 3-1 on the year, and we'll get out of here. A very nice victory for them, 34-21 over our Clemson Tigers.
Clemson Tigers Sports Network, 34-21 in a game that Clemson closed as a 17.5-point favorite. They've lost 3 of their first 4 games for the first time under Dabo Swinney. Earlier on ESPN Radio, our Aaron Goldhammer.
I don't think he's been a very good football coach recently. And I'm not talking about recruiting. I'm talking about getting your team ready to play and executing on Saturday, whenever it is that you're set to play. The level of talent at Georgia Tech and the level of talent at Clemson is on two completely different planes.
Yes.
And when you lose that game, and when you lose to LSU on a night where you couldn't move the ball and get your offense really going at all, it's a terrible look. You coach the team that you have, and in college football, there's a lot that goes into it because you want somebody that can recruit like Dabo Swinney. He is still in the living room, one of the best coaches there is in the country. But I'm not talking about the living room here, and Dabo shouldn't be talking about it either. That's where I have issues with Dabo Swinney. I don't think he's that great of a football coach. He's a great salesperson.
It's actually his fault. That's the standard you set. So that is the league you play in now. There are coaches in college football where a conference championship doesn't mean anything. Do Ohio State fans care if the Buckeyes win the Big Ten? No. They care if you beat Michigan and win the national championship. That's it. When Nick Saban was at Alabama, winning the SEC was cool, but they didn't really care. They wanted to win a national championship. That is the level that Dabo got Clemson to. That's where you're at, dog. Now, if that's too much, I respect it. And if you want to hang your hat on winning conferences and even push back on the portal and NIL and you don't want to embrace it, go to a smaller school and be a big fish in a small pond, and everybody will love you for life. Go to Kent State and you will be the king of Kent State. Or stay at Clemson and understand that you set the precedent and now you got to continue to live up to it.
Our Emmett Golden earlier here on ESPN Radio. Colorado still decent against non-conference opponents as they get the win on Saturday.
1st and 10 for the 47-yard line. Play action. Salter, all kinds of time. Going for the home run into the end zone. Reaching up, grabbing it. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Colorado. Joseph Williams, 47 yards out. And Salter's on fire tonight. Touchdown number 3. And the Buffaloes start the second half and extend their lead to 27-3.
Mark Johnson from Learfield, Colorado, a 37-20 win over Wyoming. Colorado 7-2 against non-conference opponents under Deion Sanders. Sports Center all night. ESPN Radio, Big Ten. As you heard here on ESPN Radio, USC handling Michigan State at home Saturday night.
2nd and goal at the 7. Wayman Jordan is the running back in the gun. Mekhi Lemon in motion to the far side. It's play action. It's a throw to the back corner of the end zone, and it is caught for a USC touchdown. The freshman Tanuk Hines with his first college touchdown. 23-10, USC leads Michigan State with 37 seconds left in the first half. Mekhi Lemon in motion to the far side, and the handoff is to Lemon, who sprints uncontested into the end zone. Touchdown, USC. A 4-yard handoff goes to Lemon, who scores in every which way. He had a 4th down catch earlier on the drive to keep things alive. And with 8:20 to go in the game, it's 37-24 USC over Michigan State.
Mike Cousins called it here on ESPN Radio. 4th quarter touchdowns allowing the Trojans to pull away. They go to 4-0. Wolverines and Cornhuskers in the conference opener for each.
Matt Rule's walking out on the field. That's a game.
There you go. John, you got some post-game work to do?
Yep.
Go have fun down
talk to you a little bit later.
Fun down there in the locker room as the two teams leave the sidelines to shake hands. Michigan comes to Nebraska and beats the Cornhuskers here in Lincoln, 30-27. Biff Poggi, job well done. You hand the team back to Sharon Moore tonight at midnight.
Doug Karsh from Learfield, 30-27, the final. Nebraska's 28th straight loss against a ranked opponent. Number 6, Oregon, rolls over former conference rival Oregon State.
Under center for Dante Moore. And back to throw off little play action. Wants to go inside. Got Sadiq. Got a touchdown. Kenyon Sadiq got behind the defender. An easy pitch and catch. Touchdown, Oregon.
Gary Allen from Learfield, Oregon, a 41-7 win over State, 38 straight home wins against non-conference opponents for the Ducks. Objects in the mirror are indeed closer than they appear. That's next. SportsCenter all night. It's ESPN Radio.
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
I think Jake Browning can win just enough games for this team to be a threat.
Jake Browning takes over for an injured Joe Burrow as the 2-0 Bengals travel to Minnesota to face Justin Jefferson and the Vikings. Coverage begins today at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio. More Sports Center all night coming up next.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with PrizePicks, where it's good to be right.
Download the PrizePicks app today and use code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Running a business? You know that slow phone systems and missed messages cost you opportunities. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines communication, helps teams collaborate seamlessly, and respond to customers 24/7. Join over 60,000 businesses already using OpenPhone. Get 20% off your first 6 months at openphone.com/ESPN. They'll even port your existing numbers for free. openphone.com/ESPN. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. You're here to sell more today than yesterday. You're here to win. Lucky for you, Shopify built the best converting checkout on the planet. Like the just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. That's the good stuff right there. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/win.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Listening to Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Sports Center all night is presented by Progressive. Guests are on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Week 3 action in the NFL today. Barring a significant last-minute change, the Niners will start Mac Jones again. Brock Purdy officially questionable with his toe injury, which pushed Mac Jones into action last week for the win against the Saints. Niners, Cardinals today in Week 3. For the Cardinals, they have Kyler Murray throwing completions at a 70% clip through the first 2 games. The difference from running back Troy Benson?
Man, his confidence, his work ethic. He been working his butt up this whole offseason as well. We've been together even when we, trained, this offseason. He's going through his reads. He's trusting the receivers. He's trusting everybody, and he's on another level right now. And we still haven't played our best game. Even though we're 2-0, I feel like we haven't played our best game, but it's coming.
Hear more from Trey Benson with our Freddie Coleman on Football Sunday Countdown here on ESPN Radio. Cardinals, Niners this afternoon following the Vikings-Bengals matchup. Coverage starts at noon Eastern on select ESPN radio stations. Back to baseball. Cleveland is right there in the AL Central.
Swung on a chopper to first. Grabbed by Kefas. Runs to the bag. Ball game. And the sweep is complete. Back-to-back shutouts. Cleveland shuts out Minnesota this afternoon in 2 hours and 8 minutes. Shuts out Minnesota tonight in 2 hours and 12 minutes.
And the Cleveland Guardians have now ripped off 10 straight wins.
Tom Hamilton, WTAM Tigers, meanwhile, suffering their fifth straight loss. So the lead in the AL Central is down to 1 over Cleveland. Closest the division has been since April 25th. Guardians were as many as 15.5 games back this year. New York is used to this by now.
High drive, left field. Is it fair? That ball is gone. A home run for Judge. His 49th of the year. And the Yankees lead 4-0.
Michael Kay on the YES Network. Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, both with homers. 57th time they've both homered in the same game as teammates. Stanton with number 450 of his career. Judge now at 49 on the season. Shohei Ohtani is at 53. Ties Kyle Schwarber for the National League lead. LA beats the Giants 7-5. Saturday, just the 4th time this season. Ohtani, Judge, and Cal Raleigh all homer on the same day. Not all the homers left the yard. That's part of Top Sounds for that. John Ryder.
Sports Center all night.
Oh my goodness! Check it out on Sports Center tonight.
Today's Top Sound.
How good is that? Are you ready to take?
Number 5.
Thanks, Jay. We begin with baseball, and what a finish in extras between the Nationals and Mets in Queens. The call on the Nationals Radio Network.
Now the set and the pitch. Swing by Lyle and it drives to center field, sending Mullins back. Way back, may get over his head. It is. It's off the wall. It bounces back towards center field. Rounding third, Chaparro Hill score. Lyle heading for third. They're going to wave him home. Trying for an inside the park home run, and the throw is too high. Lyle dives across the plate with an inside the park 2-run homer in the top of the 11th inning, and he has given the Nationals the lead here at Citi Field.
Number 4.
Week 4 in college football, ranked teams facing off in Salt Lake City, and it was the 17th ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders day at 16th ranked Utah. Brian Johnson the call on Learfield.
Motion left to right is Aiken. He lead blocks for Dickey, who takes on the pile. Break free. He's at the 15, to the sideline, inside the 5. Touchdown, Red Raiders. That will do it. Cameron Dickey looked like he was just kind of battling for maybe another half a yard, and suddenly pops out of the other side and finishes off the run.
Number 3.
24th ranked Irish get their first win, taking down Purdue. And they get off to a fast start in South Bend. The call on the Notre Dame Radio Network.
Pistol set to begin for Notre Dame with Love behind Carr. Takes the snap and play fakes. Carr looking, has a clean pocket, taking a shot, has Fields deep down there. He catches it to 25, across the 20. He's in. Touchdown, Notre Dame on the first offensive play. They strike 66 yards from C.J. Carr to Malachi Fields.
Number 2.
Ranked teams facing off in the Big Ten, and it was all Hoosiers against Illinois. Don Fisher with the call on Learfield.
Out there on the field is Kalen Cribbins. And a bad snap from center. Indiana's going to pick it up. D'Angelo Ponds, touchdown! D'Angelo Ponds picked up the loose ball that was snapped over the punter's head, and Indiana comes up with an incredible play and the first score of the game.
Number 1.
Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola had 3 touchdown passes, but in a loss to Michigan. But there was this top play to end the first half in Lincoln. The call on Huskers Radio.
Snap to Raiola, rolls right, looks downfield to the numbers. Raiola plants, launches, far right side of the end zone, jump ball. Was it caught? Was it caught?
Unreal.
Touchdown, Huskers! Jakari Barney on a prayer. 52 yards.
Unbelievable how Michigan managed that clock. And Nebraska said, anything you can do, I can do better.
That's the good news. The bad news, Nebraska with a 28th straight loss against a ranked opponent. Virginia Tech, after firing Coach Brent Pry, gets its first win, 38-6 over Wofford. They are now 1-3. That's going to do it for Sports Center all night. I'm Jay Reynolds. Up next, best week ever.
From the first pitch of the wild card.
The pitch. It's a total different atmosphere. This is the best part of baseball.
He's done it again.
until a World Series champion is crowned.
And the Dodgers are World Series champions.
Hear every pitch of Major League Baseball's postseason right here on ESPN Radio.
Help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I like Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the new Vyvgart Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains F-gartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. Now I can inject in my space on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
If you're a custodial supervisor at a local high school, you know that cleanliness is key, and that the best place to get cleaning supplies is from Grainger. Grainger helps you stay fully stocked on the products you trust, from paper towels and disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Plus, you can rely on Grainger for easy reordering, so you never run out of what you need. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
The FIFA World Cup 26 is coming to North America next summer. It will be the ultimate celebration of sports and culture. Get closer to the beautiful game with a hospitality package. Closer to the action in the best seats and suites. Closer to match day, elevated with world-class food and entertainment. Closer to the experience of a lifetime. Book a hospitality package at FIFAWorldCup.com/hospitality.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Nick DeLuca. Good Sunday morning. Week 4 in college football in the books. 3 matchups of ranked teams, and the best of the day in Norman. Oklahoma and Auburn battling Jackson Arnold's return to his former school, but his replacement, John Mateer, made the big play late.
Mateer takes the snap. He's going to run it. Goes to the right side. Has room at the 10. Gets a block from Burks and leads in for the touchdown. John Mateer, a 9-yard touchdown run. Oklahoma takes the lead. His 10th consecutive game with a touchdown pass and a touchdown run.
Mark Kestisher on the call here on ESPN Radio. 10th straight game. You heard it from Mateer with a passing and rushing touchdown dating back to last season, tying Lamar Jackson for the 3rd longest streak over the last 20 seasons. Only Tim Tebow and De'Ara King have longer streaks. OU wins at 24-17. Mateer, the Heisman favorite now on ESPN Bet. NFL Week 3 kicking off this afternoon. The Chiefs, trying to get their first win, will be without a key receiver again tonight. Xavier Worthy won't play against the Giants, continuing to work back from the dislocated shoulder that he suffered in Week 1. Worthy limited in practice, but his return will have to wait. Chiefs 0-2 for the first time since 2014. 14. A number of teams dealing with QB injuries this week as well. In baseball, Cal Raleigh breaking Ken Griffey Jr. single-season franchise record with his 57th home run last night. The Mariners win at 6-4 over the Astros to take a 2-game AL West lead.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Monday. Whether it's Week 3 in the NFL or college football weekend, I'll recap it all in my Upon Further Review at 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
City in the Deep South. This is the best week ever with Peter Burns and Courtney Cronin on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You the best. You the best. You the best.
Indeed, it is best week ever on ESPN Radio. I am Peter Burns. She is Courtney Cronin in her mom's basement, back again. That's when you know Bears are playing at home. If that's the case, if you're doing the show from mom's basement,
and they're doing it a little bit later today, so we're all good.
By the way, I did have a delicious bagel yesterday. I'm full in. I'm full in on the bagel situation. I'm full in on Indiana football. I'm full in on wood paneling in your mom's basement. All of this so far on this Sunday morning. Good morning, Sunshine.
Good morning. I'm just glad to see that you've seen the light. And that I could lead you to it.
It took a while. But I am finally there. You could be a part of the best week ever nation of the Dr. Pepper call-in line. 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation. Presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not a college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing.
This is the biggest story of the week ever.
It was the Jackson Arnold Bowl in Week 4. That's why everyone was talking about Jackson Arnold, the former Oklahoma quarterback, coming back now with the Auburn Tigers, and John Mateer trying to stay up front of the Heisman race. And it was Mateer with a little trickeration, courtesy of ESPN Radio.
2nd and 22, pass wide open at the 1 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Isaiah Sategna. A bust on the Auburn defense. Sategna was all alone down the left sideline and hauls it in for a 24-yard score.
Now, CC, he was all alone because this was kind of one of those trick plays where it's like a fake substitution. It counted. It was a touchdown for Oklahoma at that point. And then 4 hours later, the SEC put out a report and a statement saying, hey, it should not have been a touchdown because that's a, kind of what the hideout play. Mm-hmm. And also it should have been an unsportsmanlike 15-yard penalty in that game.
So you're not supposed to use the substitution period to pull off anything like this. Mm-hmm. That's why it would have been unsportsmanlike conduct. But Hugh Freeze, as we saw earlier in the game, there is a fumble that he says a clear fumble. And he was upset about that. And then this happens in the second quarter. It's legal within the rules of what they allowed it to be in the game. So I thought it was a little rich for the SEC to come out after the fact to say this. But I guess Auburn needed all the help that they could get in this moment.
It felt at certain times they needed that help because there was about 14 Oklahoma defensive players on every single snap. Here's how this one basically ended.
This could be the final play. 4th down under pressure and tackled in the end zone. R. Mason Thomas puts a seal on it with a safety. Oklahoma's defense coming to life big time in the second half. R. Mason Thomas, who sat out the first half because of a targeting penalty last week, has the last word for Oklahoma, which goes up 7.
So that was 9 sacks on the day. They pressured Jackson Arnold 45% of the time. Jackson Arnold looked like David Carr with the Houston Texans back when they started the franchise. I mean, just under duress. He missed a couple of plays, but it's not his fault they lost. It was more of the positive Oklahoma's defense being for real, and John Mateer legitimately making them a Heisman candidate and a playoff candidate.
10 sacks, 14 tackles for loss. Are they the best defense in college football? Because I was going to give that nod to LSU after last week and what we saw them do to DJ Lagway in Florida and being able to turn the tide themselves of what the identity of that program is. But I think Oklahoma can plant their flag on anybody's field, proverbially, with that statement that this is a defense that's a championship caliber. On the other side of it, you've got a Heisman Trophy favorite who's making noise for the first 4 weeks.
It's funny because so many people at Oklahoma were upset that Lincoln Riley left in the way that he did, going, oh, well, will we ever get back to the greatness? Brent Venables is bringing that defensively. They just needed an offensive playmaker. Mateer and Ben Arbuckle, as offensive coordinator, have got that done. Big win for the Sooners. All right, earlier this week, we heard this from Dabo Swinney.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way, because that's all we've done is win.
Well, courtesy of Matt Park from Learfield, that's not exactly what happened in the other Death Valley this weekend.
Takes the snap, fakes to Willis, wanted to throw, pulls it down, now goes end zone and put it on JRS. It's caught for the touchdown. JRS turned around at the last moment. Collins threw it before the break on a double clutch, put it right on the spot. And Syracuse takes advantage of the turnover. JRS caught it between his legs for the touchdown, Orange.
You never want to go full 2024 FSU, and I feel that's a little bit of what Clemson is doing right now. I mean, right from the jump, Syracuse took their first 4 possessions, they scored. Mm-hmm. It looked like they were playing a FCS type opponent. And then all of a sudden you were thinking, all right, another lightning delay, maybe Clemson will wake up just like they did against Troy. But no, Fran Brown's getting it done.
I love how aggressive they were from the jump. I mean, they're converting on an onside kick in the first quarter, Peter.
YOLO.
I loved it. It's awful to see Steve Angeli go down, but then Ricky Collins goes right into the game and throws a touchdown pass. Syracuse is legit, man. They're a good football team.
I think they're decent. I think they're okay.
They were a 10-win team last year.
I get it, but I also saw them got their teeth kicked in by, I think, a Tennessee team that continues to impress me, despite that loss against Georgia last week. But for Clemson and Dabo, that's the largest home loss versus an unranked opponent since 2001. We heard Dabo saying, if they don't like me, send me out. Here's what Dabo Swinney had to say about being emotional after that loss.
Just, I mean, disappointed, painful. I mean, it hurt. I mean, I'm human. I mean, I'm not a cyborg. I mean, this is my life, man. I mean, I've been here 23 years. I love this place. I give this place the very best I got every single day. Every day. There's never been a day that I haven't given Clemson every ounce of everything I have. I hurt. I mean, I've invested my life here. And when I don't get the job done, I'm responsible. And I feel the pain. You know, it's not just my pain. I feel everybody's pain. And, but that comes with my job. And I don't run from that.
I don't doubt that he felt any of that. I think that was raw emotion. I think it was real emotion. But the complete about face from what he said, puffing his chest out earlier in the week, that, paraphrasing, if you don't like winning, fire me. First off, that's disingenuous, $60 million buyout. They're not going to send him on his way. But he set this standard, Peter. He said it himself. He's been there 23 years. When can we get back to the Clemson of the 2010s? You set that standard. It says it all over the football facility. If you can't get there, you've got to do something different with your approach. You can't keep turning your nose up to the transfer portal. You can't keep trying to force things through the way that you did it 5-10 years ago when college football was completely different. If you don't adapt, you will die. And that's what he's facing right now.
It is Dabo the dinosaur to a certain extent, right? In the transfer portal, instead of diving in, CZ, he's dipped his toes in. And that's exactly what I saw Brian Kelly do in his first couple years at LSU. Dip your toes in, but the brand of LSU will be, well, guess what? They had to go all in on a roster. That's why LSU has done it. Dabo hasn't done it quite yet, but that's going to force him to do it, or losses like that. Losses in the state of Florida are never good because everyone's got an opinion about it. Sean Kelly from Learfield on the call. It was all Hurricanes.
Not only will the bye week perhaps give the Gators a chance to regroup, but maybe heal some guys too. Shane, this ball game is over. Miami defeats Florida 26-7. And the Gators now 1-3 heading into the bye.
The way he said it, Sean Kelly, going, it's over. could mean so many different things. Now the question is on what the future is for Billy Napier as they drop to 1-3 on the season. Miami was that kind of last water break for them. Like, all right, hey, yeah, I know we lost LSU, but man, if DJ gets right and it's Miami, everything kind of hangs tight. We can regroup during the bye week. The problem is now for Billy Napier and the squad, now we get into the point where you have a bye week. How many guys are still checked in? And maybe more importantly, CC, the 4-game redshirt rule is in here now. What if you got some young talent that says, hey, man, I just don't see what future we have in Gainesville. Let's pump the brakes.
They had 32 yards of offense in the first half, Peter.
One first down. One
first down.
Who, you know who the offensive coordinator and calls plays in Gainesville is? Billy Napier.
At this point, what he's doing to save himself, not throwing DJ Lagway under the bus, saying that it was everybody else on offense, too, that affects the quarterback play, he's about one game away from pulling that fail-safe, and then I think he's done. Because I don't understand how you can have last year finish the way that it did, after the way that it started, and it feels like you're back to early 2024 with this team. The boosters are not going to put up with that.
They're not, and it's not a crazy buyout. We'll get into it in our DEF CON rankings for hot seats in a little bit. But can we get some music for this next one?
Let's go.
It's all about the Hoosiers, baby. Give me, how many highlights can we have? 9 of them? Play them all. Play them all, Mike.
So the punter out there on the field is Kalen Crimmins. And the bad snap from center. Indiana's going to pick it up. D'Angelo Pines, touchdown! D'Angelo Pines picked up the loose ball and was snapped over the punter's head. And Indiana comes up with an incredible play and the first score.
I need more. Give me more.
Back and pressure comes. A little screen out here. Nowakowski, the tight end. Down to the 20. Down to the 10. 5. Touchdown. Riley Nowakowski. 43 yards.
Indiana Hoosiers are the best team ever. HOOISERES.
Do you believe now? You were you were a part of the detractors. You said they don't play anybody. Last year was a fluke. Everybody's trying to say who's this year's Indiana going to be, and they're calling him Illinois.
It's the best team I've ever seen in my life. I'll be honest with you. I'm 46 years old, and Indiana football is the greatest jackwagon juggernaut I've ever seen. And Kurt Cignetti, I think better than Nick Saban at this point. I think. Listen, I know it might be hyperbole. We live in a hyperbole world, but can Cignetti knock off Nick Saban as the greatest coach in the history? Already passed Bear Bryant in my mind.
If they have another game like they did last night, then yes. The answer is he is on his way.
63-10, all joking aside, that was a beatdown. That was impressive. That was a team in Brett Bielema, which hopefully we didn't give him the kiss of death when he came on this radio show a couple weeks ago. But Kurt Cignetti, I just wanted him to talk his talk. Like, I wanted him to trash talk. Like, this is your moment. Where are you?
He did. We just don't have the highlight of it ready.
Good. I didn't want to play it. All right, we got a lot more coming up. If you want to give us a call, 888-SAY-ESPN. She's Courtney Cronin. I'm Peter Burns. Coming up, oh, my gosh, here we go with the tush push again. That next, Best Week Ever on ESPN Radio.
Hoosiers! 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 Football Sunday on ESPN Radio. A pair of undefeated NFC West rivals go head-to-head.
Kyler Murray running into the end zone. Touchdown, Arizona.
Kyler Murray and the 2-0 Arizona Cardinals face Mac Jones and the 2-0 San Francisco 49ers. Coverage begins today at 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
New Beyond Raw Lit V2 pre-workout. GNC's #1 pre-workout. Now with harder hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance support. This isn't just pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. Turbocharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com.
The post-crib assembly press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Running a business? You know that slow phone systems and missed messages cost you opportunities. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines communication, helps teams collaborate seamlessly, and respond to customers 24/7. Join over 60,000 businesses already using OpenPhone. Get 20% off your first 6 months at openphone.com/ESPN. They'll even port your existing numbers for free. openphone.com/ESPN. OpenPhone. No missed calls. No missed customers.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Motion left to right is Aiken. He lead blocks for Dickey, who takes on the pile. Breaks free. He's at the 15, to the sideline, inside the 5. Touchdown, Red Raiders. That will do it. Cameron Dickey looked like he was just kind of battling for maybe another half a yard, and suddenly pops out of the other side and finishes off the run for the score.
Ryan Johnson from Learfield on the call as Texas Tech with a no-doubter, big boy football over in Utah. I think that was like a 7 a.m. start, local time. Breakfast for the players was about 2:18 in the morning, 34-10. Joey McIntyre's got a squad. And Cody Campbell, remember the super booster that put that team together? Baron Morton goes down, their starting quarterback, and it didn't matter. Will Hammond came in there, 24 fourth-quarter points at Utah. Are you kidding me, CC? Like, that's legit for the Red Raiders.
Yeah, it is. And the start time of that game, by the time we started this morning, Michigan State and USC were just finishing up. 11 p.m. Eastern time kickoff.
That's that's the ridiculousness of when you build a conference that has both coaches on it, or both coasts on it. The fact that if you lived in East Lansing, not that you were going to stay up late for 11 p.m. kickoff when USC scored a boatload of points and Lincoln Riley's got it quietly going over there. I say quietly because they had to beg fans to come out to the stadium, which is crazy to think right now, but yep, that's where we're at. All right, we'll get into a little more college football including this Memphis-Arkansas game that was wild with Heather Dinich in about 10 minutes. But right now, well, it was a busy week.
Big Magic Johnson. What has he done? He's got
winners. I want people that want to win.
Not a game. We talking about
playoffs. I'm a man. I'm who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field.
Biggest sound from the week ever.
Well, it was busy Saturday. We go all the way back to Thursday night football. Josh Allen doing his dang thing for the Bills.
And now in an orbit motion back to the left side. Back to pass. It's a screen pass to Shakir. Has a blocker in front. Racing to the end zone, and he's in. It's a 15-yard screen pass for a touchdown. As Shakir got great blocking downfield, got up the sideline and into the end zone. And the Bills have the lead back again.
Now, again, I saw some of the pundits on our own shows this week declare that Josh Allen was quarterbacking the best in the history of the National Football League. It's never been done to this level. I think it's a little hyperbole, but damn, if he doesn't look good right here, right now, as we know that window, I don't know when it closes for the Bills, but you're like, come on, you got to take that next step.
He looks awesome. I don't know if it's the best quarterbacking we've ever seen, but it doesn't look like he ever stopped with his MVP season.
Correct. Easy.
They're down 40-25 against the Ravens. Fourth quarter, late in the game, he rallies them back to a win. No contest the following week. And then what we saw against Miami was a competitive game. Yeah. That was a competitive game, Peter. That was much closer than I thought it was going to be. But when you have Josh Allen on your side, when you're playing at home, that's what's going to happen. And there's no room for error when you're Tua, which obviously is what happened.
Well, we'll get into that because Mike McDaniel is starting to feel the heat just a little bit and may have tried shifting some of that blame onto his QB. Here's what he had to say in the postgame presser.
I wanted to protect the ball. I wish I could, I think the quarterback has to be responsible for it. However, I wish I could just put it on him, but I think it's a tough job to do when there's someone in your face. We need everybody needs to do better, and we can't. If you got to ditch the ball to the flat in moments like that, and that's what we have to learn from.
I mean, Mikey, you're smiling when you hear that sound.
Well, it's actually
it feels like he just ripped a vape pen in post-game presser.
And we cut out a lot of his ums, I'm being told. That's edited Mike McDaniel, believe it or not.
It's an interesting. What are you laughing at? It seems like he's got the munchies, right? He's in the post-game presser.
I'm laughing at the fact that what we didn't hear was Tua trying to defend what Mike McDaniel was not defending there, which was him saying 10 out of 10 times if he got the same look like he did on the interception, he would absolutely throw the same ball. Now Mike McDaniel's saying, no, that interception was absolutely on Tua. And I'm sure he is feeling the heat because they're 0-3. They were in that game. They were in the game until the very end, until your quarterback, who has a terrible contract, who the Dolphins are probably thinking, it's not going to be their quarterback much longer because Mike McDaniel's probably not going to be the head coach much longer. New staff coming in eventually. Their investment will be a sunk cost.
It's so Cheech and Chongish, I got to be honest with you. All right, so McDaniel starting to feel the heat a little bit. And you know what else is feeling the heat? Remember the tush push? Yeah, making some headlines this week. One of the creators of it thinks the days might be numbers. Here's Jason Kelsey in the New Heights podcast and his thoughts on it.
I think the Eagles, and I mean this, they're going to be under a microscope moving forward. Everybody is going to be looking at this because of what happened, not just against you guys, but this first week too. Everybody's taking pictures of it. They're saying they're in the neutral zone. They're saying they're false starting because they slow it down to 1,000 frames per second. Yeah. So they need to be very, very cautious because the calls are going to be starting to come, and they should be. Once it's out there and there's video evidence, rightfully so, the officials are going to be. And this is my point of the official is 70 feet away on the sideline, and he's trying to look down a line and gauge sometimes inches, right? And see who's in the neutral zone, who's getting it off. It's a very tough play for him. I do not relish the difficulty of that. And then once you go on and you start putting this on tape, I guarantee the team that the Eagles are playing this week, they're throwing in all of these clips to the NFL, as well as everybody else on social media. The refs are going to be they're going to be looking for anything to call.
He's not wrong, and this thing is so close to getting banned. It's picked up more steam because...
Thank God.
Why? Why are you on the side of that? Because your team can't run
play. I don't want to see a rugby scrum. Okay. And the fact that that's one thing if it's called correctly, but when we see it and again, Kelsey's talking about it. If the referees can't even legislate it correctly, it's just such an ugly play, and it takes away so much of the what I want to see out of any type of football. Give me a play.
It's a good play if you can run it properly. A lot of teams can't. Heck, we saw it in the Iowa-Rutgers game on Friday night.
That is zero shock. The shock that I would get a rugby scrum out of an Iowa-Rutgers game.
It was a good play, and it led to a touchdown. When run properly, if your team can do it, if your quarterback can squat 600 pounds like Jalen Hurts, it's effective. Everybody's moaning about it because they can't do it.
It's just an ugly aesthetic play. And then again, I hope they keep calling it wrong so people complain about it and finally gets banned from it. We don't ban Heather Dennis. She's going to be well caffeinated. Tells us what she learned in week 4 of the college football season.
The traditions, the rivalries, the drama.
Every week there was something magical.
This is the most wide open college football season we've had ever.
We don't have tomorrow or next year. We have now. College football lives here. ESPN Radio.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel Podcast with the stars of the MCU.
Everybody's going to be talking about whether we're casting for this character.
The creators of Marvel Comics.
Spider-Man is the greatest fictional character in history.
And Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
giving you exclusive access to Marvel's adventures like never before. The official Marvel Podcast. New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
If you're a custodial supervisor at a local high school, you know that cleanliness is key, and that the best place to get cleaning supplies is from Grainger. Grainger helps you stay fully stocked on the products you trust, from paper towels and disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Plus, you can rely on Grainger for easy reordering, so you never run out of what you need. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I like things my way, my coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the new Vyvgart Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains Efgartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. Now I can inject in my space on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART MyWay.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. You're here to sell more today than yesterday. You're here to win. Lucky for you, Shopify built the best converting checkout on the planet. Like the just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. That's the good stuff right there. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/win.
Just like in sports, businesses succeed when you add the right free agent. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with their award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night. Okay, Kirk. I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Nick DeLuca. Good Sunday morning, wrapping up week 4 in college football. Big game in the Big Ten, number 19 Indiana and number 9 Illinois. And it was a beatdown in Bloomington.
Three receivers to the far side. Here's Mendoza, takes the snap, looks to the end zone, fires the football wide open. Surratt for the touchdown. An easy catch, an easy throw for Fernando, and Indiana continues to pull it on. The number 8 ranked team in the country.
Don Fisher from Learfield on the call, 1 of 5. Fernando Mendoza, touchdown passes on the night. Head coach Curt Cignetti says he has a special QB.
Positive performance, confidence, belief, and then it becomes a cycle. And seeing it with all these other quarterbacks. And, he's probably got more physical ability than all the other ones.
Most lopsided win over a ranked opponent ever for the Hoosiers, breaking a record set back in 1987. NFL Week 3 kicking off this afternoon. Bucs rookie receiver Emeka Egbuka, listed as questionable with hip and groin issues, is expected to play against the Jets this afternoon. May have his snaps monitored and potentially limited. Bucs have started 2-0 each of the past 3 seasons, have not had a 3-0 start since back in 2005. In baseball, Cal Raleigh breaking Ken Griffey Jr.'s single-season franchise record for home runs with his 57th on the season last night. Mariners beat the Astros 6-4 to take a 2-game lead in the AL West.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, Damian Woody joins us in studio at 7:30 a.m. Eastern to react to Week 3 in the NFL and look ahead to a potential Super Bowl matchup between the Ravens and the Lions. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
And the clock will run out. So Syracuse will come into Clemson, snap a 6-game losing streak, 34-21 over our Clemson Tigers.
Obviously an incredibly disappointing outcome and start our season.
The defense of Clemson absolutely let them down today.
We got to lock in on what we can do, and that's what I'll do. That's what our team will do, and see if we can, win a game and battle back.
I'm rejoined courtesy of Clemson Tigers Sports Network. They were 17.5-point favorites, where Dabo Swinney had won 50 straight when favored by that much. The streak now is at 0. Big win for the Orange. Peter Burns, Courtney Cronin, Heather Dinich. I see the free falling. Mikey playing. It's first day of fall. Are you a pumpkin spice latte person, Heather Dinich, or are you just a normal coffee caffeinated person?
Yeah, don't flavor my coffee.
Thank you.
Just caffeinate it.
And it'll probably be a quad shot that you need today. What fan base feels like they're in a weirder spot right now? Is it Florida after what happened in Miami, just steamrolled them in Coral Gables? Is it Nebraska that still can't get a ranked win up in Lincoln? Or is it in the other Death Valley where it's a 1-3 start for the Clemson Tigers?
Yeah, I think it's Clemson because it's such a head scratcher, right? Because there's talent on the team. I mean, there's talent on Florida's team, too. No first downs, though. I mean, Miami's defense is good. Is it that good? But when you look at Clemson, Cade Klubnik had a good season last year. He was supposed to have a great season this year. He had his top 3 receivers coming back. This was a veteran team. Tom Allen's not a bad coordinator, but they didn't play good yesterday at all. What's Garrett Riley doing? Why can't they get this offense going and get this together? Dabo Swinney had no answers for that last night.
It's and his justification for it, too. In talking earlier in the week, paraphrasing here, if you're tired of winning, fire me. And then what he says afterwards about, I'm giving this all I've got. The players are giving it all they've got. They're 1-3 right now. They're out of the playoff conversation. How do you view how they eventually, not this season clearly, but how they eventually have to get this thing back on track?
Well, first of all, let's make something very clear. Dabo Swinney's job is not in jeopardy at all. Okay, he's got a lot of support from the administration. They won the ACC title last year. My question is the coordinator job open at the end of this season? I mean, you would think that that's at least a fair question, given the ineptitude on offense and the talent that is there. So I think you have to start from scratch in terms of when you look at the personnel, right? And I don't fault Dabo for not doing the entire transfer portal buy-in, because there is something to be said about what we'll call homegrown talent, right? You recruit players from high school, you develop them, you keep them. You look at the leadership that did for the likes of Michigan, Ohio State when they won their respective national titles. I thought he did a better use of using it as a Band-Aid for some spots this year. But, I mean, you've just got to get some game changers, and I think you've got to look around the staff and say, is this what we want right now?
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's hard to have that culture, and he's always prided himself on the culture down in Clemson, but it's sooner or later you have to dive into the transfer portal. You can't dip your toes into it. Heather Dennett joining Peter Burns and Courtney Cronin. More impressive victory, Oklahoma over Auburn, Texas Tech over Utah, or really what the Miami Hurricanes looked like last night?
Wow. So I thought Oklahoma's win was impressive. I thought it was a very strong statement by the SEC officiating account last night that said OU touchdowns should not have counted against Auburn. I mean, wow. So there was that. But when you look at Miami, guys, I put them number one in the prediction following the games last night, because I think when you take the whole picture into consideration, they have the best total package going on right now. And again, look, this is really hard to do. It's fluid. But based on the first 4 weeks, you're talking about a win against Notre Dame, a win against a very good South Florida team. And they found a way to beat their rival when they didn't play their best. You know, Carson Beck threw an interception. They had 6 penalties. The defense came after them. 4 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, and Florida didn't have a third down conversion, right? So some of that's Florida, some of that's Miami's defense. The truth always lies somewhere in between. But I think the Canes have a strong case for number one right now.
So you've got your top 12 after week 4 for the college football playoff bracket up at ESPN.com right now. You've got Indiana in there at 11.
Yes.
And
Too low, I think.
Thank you, Peter. We've turned Peter onto the bandwagon, or maybe he's just brought himself there.
Fighting and Hoosiers going H-O-O-I-S-E-R. They're the greatest team.
Don't make me and Courtney sing the alma mater.
This team was favored by a touchdown, and then they put on a 63-10 walloping on Illinois. It's a statement win of all statement wins, but what do you think this does in the eyes of the committee when there have been people who have said they don't play anybody, and then when they do, they fall flat in their face, like they did against Ohio State last year, like they did against Notre Dame in the playoff? Mm-hmm. All of that aside, this year, what does this win do for them in setting them up for the rest of the Big Ten schedule, but also in the eyes of the committee and being an early favorite to be in that field?
Well, I think it further legitimizes what they've already done. Consistency is key, but you have to throw last year out the window because that's what the selection committee does. That's why Ohio State's not number one right now, because they won the national title last year, right? So when you look at Indiana, this was a huge step in the right direction. Fernando Mendoza played his way into the Heisman conversation, I think, but it's also the start of what will be a more challenging season for them. They still have to play Oregon and Penn State, both on the road. And if they don't win the Big Ten, they probably have to at least split with those opponents. And what we saw against Illinois lends you to believe they have the chance to do that. You know, I watched them last night, and you think they're legit. This isn't a fluke. They're a really good, well-coached football team with a quarterback who could win the Heisman Trophy, right? So what does that mean? It means they could beat Oregon and Penn State. Who knows? And they can certainly move up. And maybe I do have them too low. But I do think that there are teams above them that have had some more quality wins or more of them, but I think you can certainly argue the Penn State one. That's the one I really wrestle with because they haven't played anyone, but they are still a very, very talented football team.
But that win by Cignetti and the way that it happened, the wow factor of it while Illinois was highly ranked, helps them because even if they lose at Oregon, even if they lose at Happy Valley, if you go 10-2, which, again, the only other, quote-unquote, tough game they would have is at Maryland. I think Maryland is playing a little bit better football. That's the game that Indiana has to win because they should beat everybody. I mean, they're going to beat Purdue. They're going to beat UCLA. They're going to beat all these other Big Ten opponents that they have. They got much more firepower than Iowa. They just got to get to 10-2 at this point. Heather Dennett joining us right now. All right, so Texas Tech – you lose Barron Morton. You're thinking, all right, here comes Utah. They're gonna get it right. And Will Hammond played incredible as a backup quarterback in that fourth quarter. How much are you buying out of the oil money team that is the Texas Tech Red Raiders?
Yeah, I'm buying in right now, and I've got them in at number 12. And unlike other teams, they would stay there because they're the projected Big 12 champ. So they would get one of those spots as one of the 5 highest ranked conference champions. The fact that they did it, to your point, with their backup quarterback was huge because, and we've talked about this before, right? The national championship is at the end of January. So the teams that have the depth to overcome injuries at every position are going to have an edge in this race. And to be able to do it at quarterback is particularly impressive. And they were able to do that with Hammond. But here, the thing about Texas Tech, which is interesting, is, I mean, they can go right into the Big 12 championship. What does the committee do if they lose that game? So that, to me, is a great chance for the Big 12 to get 2 teams in. You have the Big 12 champ, and then you have a 1-loss runner-up in Texas Tech. But what if they're a 2-loss team? Peter, you talked about, just before this, the potential of a 10-2 Indiana. 10-2 is going to be a fascinating record for at-large teams, because what if Notre Dame runs the table and gets 10-2? Think about all the teams right now as we sit here and look at college football that can finish 10-2. Who gets in those at-large bids when you're looking at Notre Dame if they're back in the picture?
Yeah. All right, Heather, we've talked about USF, we've talked about the American, and that seems to be where the group of 5 representative is going to come from. But now you've got Memphis and what they did yesterday to Arkansas. Certainly USF still in the mix, but after the Miami loss, feels like their buzz is kind of quieted down a little bit. North Texas, Navy, Tulane. What do you think about this conference specifically, and that they're going to be represented in the CFP via one of these teams?
Yeah, after 4 weeks, they've got a firm hold on the lead in the group of 5 race. And the Memphis win against Arkansas catapulted them as the front runner ahead of South Florida last night as I was thinking about this. And, you know, you're going back and forth between South Florida, Memphis, Tulane, and then Ole Miss hammers Tulane, right? And it's kind of like, all right, we're going to look at South Florida and we're going to look at Memphis. And for them to be able to do that against Arkansas, to me, gave them just a slight edge. This is all going to play itself out on the field, obviously, within that conference. You mentioned North Texas, Navy. It's far from over, but I don't think there's any question that the American right now has the edge over the other group of 5 conferences.
And if you saw how that game ended, Arkansas is driving with about 1:15 left. And Mike Washington, basically, they're just trying to get the first down. They could even almost kill the clock out, or I was thinking Memphis might allow them to score. This is why you don't allow somebody to score. Mike Washington fumbles, and for the second week in a row, Sam Pittman's squad had an opportunity to go up late in the game, and they fumble it. We'll be getting into the DEFCON rankings of those coaches coming up a little bit later. All right, so don't flavor the coffee. Is that thing needs to be
she
like
just
the
drinks
trademark.
jet fuel. That's pretty much the only thing you can have if you're Heather Dinich, to be able to do all of the things that she does and still watch her Steelers today.
That's absolutely right. I will be watching the Steelers 1 o'clock. First, I got to take some kids to some practices. I mean, you know, it's just, I can't have pumpkin in my
practices.
coffee.
These silly kids getting in the way of watching the Steelers and the Patriots. Come on, just get on the bus, kids.
There's
Put them
a
in
lot
an
of
Uber.
things that need to be done.
There it is. Heather Dinich, you're the legend. CFB Heather over on social media. Thank you, Heather.
Thanks, guys. Go Steelers.
Best week ever on ESPN Radio, always presented by Progressive Insurance. We'll have a little Sunday morning therapy later on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, but also somebody, one of our loyal listeners gave us something that should never happen this early in the morning, especially after a wild college football Saturday. We'll tell you what that is and more rapid fire next year on Best Week Ever.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, and me, Evan Cohen. Damian Woody joins us in studio at 7:30 a.m. Eastern to react to Week 3 in the NFL and look ahead to a potential Super Bowl matchup between the Ravens and Lions. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Hi, I'm Dorina, co-founder of OpenPhone. My dad is a business owner, and growing up, he always kept his ringtone super loud so he'd never miss a customer call. OpenPhone gives your team business phone numbers to call and text all in one shared workspace, and our AI agent answers 24/7 so you never miss a customer. Over 60,000 businesses use OpenPhone. Get 20% off at openphone.com/ESPN. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with PrizePicks, where it's good to be right.
Download the PrizePicks app today and use code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code OT to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Quick break. Tailgates are won before the food even hits the grill. That's why you need to go with Kingsford Original Charcoal. It lights fast, burns long, and brings that bold, smoky flavor every time. Since 1920, Kingsford's been the gold standard of grilling. If you're grilling for a crowd, it's the guaranteed way to get the W. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Compared to nationally available conventional charcoal in the USA.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
The FIFA World Cup 26 is coming to North America next summer. It will be the ultimate celebration of sports and culture. Get closer to the beautiful game with a hospitality package. Closer to the action in the best seats and suites. Closer to match day, elevated with world-class food and entertainment. Closer to the experience of a lifetime. Book a hospitality package at FIFAWorldCup.com/hospitality.
Here's the snap back to Chambliss. He's looking to throw 101 down the far sideline. Underthrow. Caught at the 5. Reaching into the end zone. Touchdown. Deuce Alexander just went up over the DB. Grabbed it. Lands in pay dirt.
That was Trinidad Chambliss. And do you remember him? Remember, he went in last week for injured Austin Simmons. All he did, the Ferris State transfer, 307 yards, rushed for 112, 2 touchdowns, 45-10. That was what Lane Kiffin's Ole Miss Rebels did to Tulane. And that was one of those, kind of like Memphis, Arkansas, man, something can get kind of squirrely. Ole Miss is like, it ain't not even close. That's a backup quarterback. But the importance of backup quarterbacks. You saw that, too, with Will Hammond over at Texas Tech this weekend. You got to put, if you're going to put the money in the roster, CC, we'll see that in the NFL this weekend as well.
The story of week 3 in the NFL season. How many backup quarterback matchup battles we have. Certainly Minnesota and Cincinnati highlights that, but you've got Marcus Mariota playing in place of Jaden Daniels today. Mm-hmm. Should be, NFL goes full tilt when we have the backup quarterbacks taking center stage, so I'm excited for it. I'm also excited to see the Ryan McGee-led production on that Lane Kiffin documentary. Did you see that?
I mean, listen, anything Ryan McGee does is always great.
I am
so
pumped.
That's part of it. I'm always kind of curious. I don't necessarily like biographical, or however you want to say it. Like a autobiography is when you're doing it. But like I'm talking about when I want to see something in which the subject is not a part of any of the interview process, truthfully. Because I want to hear both sides of it. Right? I want to be able to be like, are they critical of him? I would imagine they would be. But regardless of what it is, Lane Kiffin's done a hell of a job. And I've seen Lane continue to develop as a head coach, develop as a play caller, develop as a social. He's grown up. Yep. And I think that's the reason why the floor is so much higher down in Oxford than there was before. And there's going to be a lot of people, listen, if they decide to move away from Billy Napier down in Gainesville, who love the state of Florida, that's Lane Kiffin. You know who has the same agent, I think, as Billy Napier? Probably Jimmy Sexton, Lane Kiffin. So his name is going to be on there. The question is on whether or not you think that you can win in this world of the college football playoff in Oxford. I think you can. We're about to see how that plays out. All right, let's get into the little rapid fire, Mikey.
Rapid fire water cooler.
Hey, guys. What's this?
Is that the Indiana?
So good.
Why are we playing the Indiana fight song this many times?
Oh, don't act like you don't love this. Today's a big day. That was a statement win for my Hoosiers last night.
It was a great win.
And you're just going to have to deal with it.
No, you know what? I invite it right now because I just wanted some Curt Cignetti, so I would have wanted some heat from him. I thought he would come out there in the post-game presser just firing after that big down.
He's feeling good this morning.
I'd imagine he is. All right, Mikey.
Well, there's some people not feeling good this morning. We were talking earlier about the weirdest injuries you had. Actually, Courtney, you kind of injured yourself in a weird way, right?
I did. So on Thursday, I get home, I turn on Thursday Night Football, and while I'm getting, ready to wind down for the evening and watch the game, I'm folding laundry. And I wasn't lifting anything heavy. I didn't bend down to pick up the laundry basket. I threw the clothes on a bench and was starting to fold them. Then all of a sudden, as I'm taking them into my bedroom, I feel this pain go up my back, not down my back, up my back.
From folding?
Dude,
you're on the injury report from folding, from laundry?
Cronin.
Not a game. Not a game.
Folding.
We're talking about folding. Spinal.
Dude, I threw out my back folding clothes. Is this 35?
It was a good run. Although I will say this, I'm 46 and I was at the beach a couple weeks ago when I did the show. I absolutely hurt my back for 2 weeks doing a puzzle. That might be an even older, lamer one.
Doing a puzzle?
We were in a puzzle.
I do feel like
anytime I sneeze, remember Sammy Sosa sneezing back in 2004 threw out his back, and he had to miss a little bit of time. So we've seen that. We've seen a couple of them.
What kind of puzzle were you doing?
A jigsaw puzzle?
Yeah, it was 1,000 pieces.
Okay.
Was 1,000?
It was a legit puzzle.
You do the whole quarters first and everything?
Oh, you always do the corners first. Remember Gus Frerotte? It might have been before your time. 97. He had a rushing touchdown, then he headbutted the padded wall, and he ended up in the hospital with the sprained kick.
Yeah.
Or a sprained neck. Bill Gramatica, remember he tore his ACL while celebrating? That was a good one as well, too. All right, next ones, guys.
All right. To go along with Courtney's, hurt back, she also had to put up with the landscapers out there mowing the lawn at 7 in the morning or so. What is too early to mow the lawn?
You know what I feel like? I feel like Dabo Swinney mowed his own grass at 5:30 a.m. this morning. Just on the riding mower, just just having this Zen moment. Headphones are on, he's listening to some gospel music, just blocking out all the noise and cutting his own grass at 5:30.
He's definitely got his own John Deere. No question that he mows his own lawn, but so this was posed to us from one of your Twitter followers, Peter. Is that right?
That's right.
You're right. I'm sorry, Courtney.
Yeah,
so it's how early...
David Schultz had said somebody is cutting grass at 5:50 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Get off my lawn. You said that was go to jail. You said that was a jailable offense.
Straight to jail. On a weekend, no earlier than 8 a.m. And even that's pushing it. Where I live in Chicago, there's a casino being built across the river. And I see these cranes, a huge construction site. They've been starting a lot of mornings well before they are allowed to. When I was doing Unsportsmanlike at the end of August every morning, I would hear them around 6:15 in the morning, which you're not supposed to start, I believe, before 8. They were trying to get a jump on the daylight here, and that is a straight-to-jail offense for me.
I feel like weekdays it's 7 a.m., weekends is at 8 a.m. Like
Absolutely.
I give you a 15-minute. You can start 15 minutes early, like you go to Disney, and if you stay at the hotels, you get like the extra hour early, the magic hour beforehand. You could do that if you live in a hot climate, so you're like, I'm just trying to beat the heat. But you can't cut the grass before 8 a.m. on a weekend.
It's like when you're on the lake and they say you can't create a wake until 10 a.m. Because of the noise. That applies to everything else on weekends.
By the way, you can insure your boat with Progressive Insurance. Just want to get that in there before we go. She is Courtney Cronin. I am Peter Burns. All right, it was a sack party for the Oklahoma Sooners. Got more of that. Got more of Texas Tech, Michigan, and the U in Indiana, baby!
Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
I think Jake Browning can win just enough games for this team to be a threat.
Jake Browning takes over for an injured Joe Burrow as the 2-0 Bengals travel to Minnesota to face Justin Jefferson and the Vikings. Coverage begins today at noon Eastern with kickoff at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
The best mornings
in the morning light
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I like things my way. My coffee, my schedule, and my treatment. So I talked to my doctor about self-injecting with the new Vyvgart Hytrulo prefilled syringe, which contains Efgartigimod alpha and hyaluronidase QVFC. It's injected under your skin, subcutaneously. Now I can inject in my space on my time. It's my treatment, my way. Visit VyvgartMyWay.com. That's VYVGART myway.com. And talk to your doctor about Vyvgart Hytrulo. Brought to you by Argenix.
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
If you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, Grainger knows you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Just like in sports, businesses succeed when you add the right free agent. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with their award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Nick DeLuca. Good Sunday morning. Wasn't a good Saturday for Clemson. The Tigers fall to 1-3 with a 34-21 loss to Syracuse yesterday afternoon. Their largest home loss to an unranked opponent since 2001, and their worst start through 4 games in 21 years. Head coach Dabo Swinney confident his team will keep fighting.
They love Clemson, and they love each other, and that's what will get us through this. You know, so the open date's coming at a good time. I mean, we're beat up emotionally and physically. But we'll rally. we'll get back to work. So, I mean, there's certainly no quit in me, and I didn't see any quit in our team or our staff.
Cade Klubnik threw it 60 times, 363 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a pick. He's the first Clemson player with an interception in each of the first 4 games of a season since Charlie Whitehurst in 2004. Syracuse snapping a 6-game losing streak against Clemson, first team to beat the Tigers as a 17-plus point underdog since they did it back in 2017. In the NFL, Buccaneers rookie wide receiver Emeka Egbuka listed as questionable with hip and groin issues will play today against the Jets. Expected to have his snaps monitored and potentially limited. Bucs looking for their first 3-0 start to the season since 2005. Seahawks receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba had what a source to Adam Schefter described as a bug. He is still good to go today.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up Monday, we'll recap the entire Week 3 weekend, get you ready for the Lions and Ravens on Monday night, and actor Ethan Hawke joins me in studio. That's on the Monday edition of The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
City in the Deep South. This is the best week ever with Peter Burns and Courtney Cronin on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
You the best. You the best. You the best. You the best.
Oh, what a great morning to be alive in the greatest country in the world. Peter Burns, Courtney Cronin. It is the best week ever on ESPN Radio, always presented by Progressive Insurance. You get on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. We'll have a little Sunday morning therapy. We got NFL whip around. How many starting quarterbacks do we still have in the NFL that are playing this week? How many backups?
A lot of
5,
backups.
6?
Yep. Going to be the weekend of the backups. Full tilt in the NFL.
Full tilt already in week 3. We got your lock of the week, the Courtney Cronin lock of the week coming up a little bit later.
Lock of the week, Courtney Cronin.
It's
radio voice. It's time for the big voice guy to tell us how we start off each and every hour.
This is the biggest story of the week ever.
The Jackson Arnold Bowl was played in Norman, Oklahoma. We had the Boz on our radio show promoting it this week, and he's got his fastball still. And it looked like the Boz was playing defense for Brent Venables' crew yesterday. 9 sacks. It showed 10 on the original stat line. They went back and said, no, that was too much. We're only going to give them 9. They end up having 9 sacks, a ton of tackles for losses. But this is the play that everyone's talking about, courtesy of ESPN Radio, John Mateer. A little trickeration.
2nd and 22, pass wide open at the 1 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Isaiah Sategna. A bust on the Auburn defense. Sategna was all alone down the left sideline and hauls it in for a 24-yard score.
So why they said that was a bust is because a player looked like they were coming off the field as a substitution. He just hung out at the end, never went off the field. And Auburn didn't hold him accountable right there. They score a touchdown. The only problem with that is, CC, 4 hours later, at like 11 p.m., the SEC league office put out a statement going, that shouldn't have been a touchdown. In fact, it should have been a 15-yard penalty for, quote-unquote, hideout tactics.
Yeah, it would have been unsportsmanlike contact. And this is rare. The SEC does not release statements criticizing their own officials and promising more accountability. What Hugh Freeze said was that throughout the offseason, they were told, do not coach it this way. Like, they were told to these hideout tactics,
yeah,
which, like, you know, and apparently that's what this was. That is what the SEC is calling it. Said they have told them all offseason, no deception plays. And they were trying to call a timeout when they see Sategna coming towards the sideline, and they noticed the pre-snap movement. They weren't able to do anything about it. It looks like a coverage bust because they had no ability to account for him that late in the play. I get it. I mean, if this wasn't a conference game, I don't know how this would have gone down, but the fact that you have your own commissioner and your own league calling this out after For
I'm
you,
glad they
Freeze
did.
was-
I'm
yeah.
glad they did. I mean, this comes back on the heels of the Big 12 a couple weeks ago saying we're reprimanding an official, we're moving them off a game. It comes on the heels of the ACC. Remember in that Georgia Tech game last week where they end up having what was it? It was Georgia Tech Clemson, and they went into the official, the replay booth, and the viewers got an opportunity to see how the sausage is made. I think that should be done in every single conference. I applaud them for saying they got it wrong, but at the end of the day, they still got it wrong. Now, again, I don't know how much it plays into that. It plays a lot into that game, obviously, but defensively, what Oklahoma was able to do, and John Mateer playing just really solid football right now, this Oklahoma team is legit.
Got a Heisman Trophy candidate, maybe the front runner for the award right now, maybe the best defense in college football. I was going to give that. I was going to, pass that baton to LSU, who might now be passing it to Oklahoma for the time being.
And we're going to see those two teams play in Norman, Oklahoma at the end of the season. But you talked about LSU. Their defense looked good this week against Southeast Louisiana, but it looked really good in week 1 before they took on Dabo Swinney's Clemson Tigers. Now, remember, Dabo's been on a heater all week long. I think he was kind of feeling it. Here's what he had to say leading into the Syracuse game.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on the way because that's all we've done is win.
Not so much this year. Matt Park from Learfield on the call. It was Syracuse making it easy.
Takes the snap, fakes to Willis, wanted the throw, pulls it down, now goes end zone and put it on JRS. Caught for the touchdown. JRS turned around at the last moment. Collins threw it before the break on a double clutch, put it right on the spot. And Syracuse takes advantage of the turnover. JRS caught it between his legs for the touchdown, Orange.
First possession from Syracuse over at Clemson, touchdown. Second possession, a score. Third possession, a score. Fourth possession, a score. Where was that ferocious defensive front, CC, that we were told that the Clemson Tigers were going to have?
Not there, and it hasn't been there this season. This is uncharted territory. They haven't been this bad, a 1-3 start, in about 2 decades. I don't know what Dabo is going to do other than have a very long, hard look at himself and say, I can't keep fighting the way that college football is trending right now. He's dipped his foot into the transfer portal. We know that there has been at least some concession there. To act like you can continue on with business as normal, to puff your chest out like that and say, sorry, we win too much. If you don't like it, fire me. It's frustrating. If you're a Clemson fan right now, you expected that this team was going to be a national championship contender. You expected to have a Heisman Trophy candidate in Cade Klubnik. All of that's out the window right now. You expected to have a national championship caliber defense. All of that's gone. To salvage the season, you've got to at least start spinning it ahead, giving your fans the belief that you're going to start acting like every other college football team and acquiesce to the way that it's going right now.
This loss to Syracuse, I think long-term, best thing to happen to Dabo Swinney. Because at some point you realize I can't just get along with football and coach it the way I was coaching it a decade ago. And when somebody comes into your building, when your back's up against the wall already, and you have to win that game and punks you like that, you have to reevaluate everything you do. It's the same way that I told people at Alabama, the FSU loss is going to be great for Alabama. Because at some point, you can't just roll out the brand of a Clemson helmet or an Alabama helmet and go, we're better than them. Those days are done. And guess what ended up happening? I think Alabama understands that now, and I think they are live. I think they're a really good team. And I think for Dabo, he's going to understand that, like you said, you can't just dip your toes into this transfer portal. You have to go all in. Look at what Texas Tech did and how well that they're playing. Look at LSU defensively, how well they are playing right now. You go back in and look at even Oklahoma going into the transfer portal and grabbing the guys that they need to. Everyone is doing it. And as much as you want to keep the culture, CC, you ultimately have to go with what's happening in college sports right now. The sad part about it is, as much as we want to talk about, well, it's great to have culture, you still have to have the players to do it. You know who has those players? The Miami Hurricanes. They went into the transfer portal, got Carson Beck, and listened to how sad it was from Sean Kelly from Learfield calling the Florida Gators final call.
Not only with a bye week, perhaps give the Gators a chance to regroup, but maybe heal some guys too. Shane, this ball game is over. Miami defeats Florida 26-7. And the Gators now 1-3 heading into the bye.
Yikes.
Over. It's not great, Bob. In Miami, was that last? I mean, again, you have these opportunities where you come up and you said, all right, is this supposed to be the sad music? Is this like eulogy music?
This is the eulogy for Billy Napier's Florida tenure. It was the best of times, and it was for a little bit, but now it's the worst of times.
Well, I said the best thing to happen to Dabo was losing that game because it'll make him kind of re-energize himself. Honestly, now in hindsight, the worst thing that could have happened to Billy Napier was the Florida Gators playing really well at the end of the season and saying, I don't need an offensive coordinator. You know how many first downs they had in the first half against Miami?
32.
No, not first down. That may be how many yards
32
they had.
yards, one first down.
They had one first down, a singular. Where, like, you at home and on the couch, you had zero.
I had the same amount.
Almost the same amount at this point. That's how many third down conversions they had. They were just atrocious. And Billy Napier didn't address that. Once again, they had, I think they only had 10 men out on the field for a punt return or something along those lines. It's the attention to detail. And I just think, CC,